Hello, hello, hello. Lovely Thursday morning. And it's time to continue doing some raids. Lots of raids, actually. Managed to get my squadron started. I'm probably gonna focus on it for a little bit on my alt, because it does give me some useful things. Not very many useful things, but some useful things. But right now, the most important thing is continuing Eden. Now, I did manage to get a couple of extra pieces of Crypt Lurker gear, uh, namely the body, the weapon, and the headpiece. So now I've only got the hands, legs, and feet left to get. Should be able to get all of those pretty easily. Another fun thing that I did while I was just thinking of things to do, just out of boredom, I went ahead and I solo farmed all of the 2.0 primals, the ARR primals, so I could get the mounts, and managed to get all of them, which gave me Kieran. I might do the same with the other primals as well. I'm not sure how many of them I can solo with Ninja. I know at the very least Sephiroth I will need a tank to solo. At least I'm pretty sure I'll need a tank to solo it. Honestly, not 100% sure. But Bismarck, Ravana, those I should be able to solo pretty easily on a DPS. Stormblood, I don't think I'll be able to solo. Let's see. I won't be able to solo Tsukuyomi. I won't be able to solo. At least I don't think I can solo Tsukuyomi. I can solo Lakshmi. I don't think I can solo Susano. No, Susano's mechanics make that impossible. I should be able to solo Seiryu and Suzaku. And I think I can solo Byakko as well. So yeah, I think the only ones I won't be able to solo for Stormblood are Tsukuyomi and Susano, because their mechanics make it impossible. Actually, now that I think about it, I might be able to solo Tsukuyomi after all, because the main reason why I couldn't solo Tsukuyomi last time I tried it was because of DPS. So I should be able to do it now. I don't know. I'll look into it. It'll be something I can try. But Susano, I know for sure I will not be able to solo because of the section where you have to hold up the sword. Because you need one person to hold the sword while other people DPS the sword. And if nobody picks up the sword, then it's a wipe. So I'm hoping that we get some fast queues in Eden today, largely by virtue of it being much, much earlier in the day in general, namely, just after reset. So, hopefully people doing their roulettes will fill in for Eden, and I'll be able to get through them pretty quickly. We'll see. The one thing that I'm really worried about taking forever is the Nier raids, the 24-man raids. Because I do want to complete those today, but they are notoriously difficult to queue for. Very, very few people actually want to do the Nier raids. And it certainly doesn't help that so many people queuing for their roulettes even will do the gear trick to avoid the Nier raids or any raids that aren't Crystal Tower in general. Because that's the main reason why they are so difficult to queue for, because nobody has any real reason to run them these days outside of glamour. And one of the functions that roulettes are intended to use or be used for is filling for content that people don't queue for directly. So people queuing for them for the first time don't have to wait for forever to get in. Let's see, I don't think I can store this in the arm bar. I have to just toss these. Let me double check. I don't think I can turn them in for seals, and I don't think I can throw them in the armoire. Okay, yeah, I can't turn them in for seals. And they will not go in the armoire. So yeah, I just gotta toss them. Assuming I do finish all of the raids against all odds and against all queue times, I'll probably do my roulettes on both Ninja and Warrior to get some tomes and to get some levels. And I might do a little bit of dungeon spam on Warrior to gain some levels as well. Should really spend these gold chocobo feathers on something. Oh well, doesn't really matter. Then there's 3 Fantasias that I'm not going to use. Would be nice if I could trade those, but that would very quickly be abused if they were tradable. People like me that get like 2 or 3 Fantasias for free because of collector's bonuses and veterans bonuses would just create a new character, get the Fantasia, and then trade it to their main for free, infinite free Fantasias. Inventory is once again squeaky clean. With nothing but foodstuffs from various quest rewards. Nothing to do but sit here and wait. Oh, hello, Missy. How are you? How are you doing? Stretch. Lay down. And lay in my lap for there you go. There's good. Now the wait time is infinitely better because I have a Missy in my lap. Although probably not for very long, because I'm fairly certain she wants to just kind of roam around for a bit. But she doesn't mind laying in my lap for a little while if it means she gets extra pets and scritches. Now then, while we're waiting, let's take a look on the internet to see what fun things are happening, if anything. Yoshida tried to quit the board of directors, but Square wouldn't let him. This is interesting. Yoshida has been part of the board of directors since the 14th game has been successful, which he doesn't like as much. Quote, I recently tried to quit that work, but the company didn't agree with it. I don't want to be in the board. It's much more fun to just make games. He doesn't understand colleagues who want to enter the board, saying, quote, they probably just want to make a ton of money, but you can also just do that as a game developer. uh, that sounds pretty on brand for Yoshi P, actually. He doesn't really give a shit about the company, he just wants to make games. Apparently, the sub that has been stuck at the bottom of the ocean has officially run out of oxygen at this point. So that sucks. Although from what I've read about that company and that sub, assuming those people like knew anything about that company, like they really shouldn't have gotten that sub in the first place. Oh, there goes Missy. Yeah, I figured she'd jump off my lap eventually. She just did. Diablo 4 players are exhausted to learn level 85 is somehow only halfway to 100. I mean, how is that a shock? Like, seriously, how is that at all any kind of a shock or surprise? Like, Blizzard said that they were making the grind to 100 feel more like Diablo 2. Well, in Diablo 2, the grind to 99, I want to say the halfway point was something like level 90? This kind of sounds like a case of be careful what you wish for. Oh boy, I really want to read this thread. Title reads, "If you're not in 15 minutes early, you're late." Oh, it's just them talking about how their boss said that to them. Okay, I thought it was going to be more like a whole thing showing like their boss marking them as late because they weren't 15 minutes early or some shit. Like, honestly, that sort of thing just kind of irks the hell out of me. What interesting things about Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty coming out. I know we have something of a we actually have a estimated release date for Phantom Liberty, and more significantly, the update that is meant to like overhaul the game. Uh, because Phantom Liberty is changing the system requirements for Cyberpunk as a whole. Uh, they're actually required to give a minimum of 90 days notice because of some, I believe it's some European laws that make the requirement. And so the announcement and the release date and everything, they have that 90-day wait period there. But a couple of people have discovered that the actual 90-day wait period uh, finishes on September 11th. So a couple of people are speculating that, maybe the patch to update the game will come out on the 11th rather than, be released simultaneously with Phantom Liberty. Now, granted, that's only like a week or so before Phantom Liberty's actual release date, so it's not like a huge jump Yeah, it's not like a huge, like, break off from the actual release date. They may just release it concurrently. But there have been a couple of statements made saying that the update that's supposed to change the system requirements and overhaul the game is actually coming out before Phantom Liberty. So that, in conjunction with the, legal requirement for 90-day notice and all that, is giving people, is having people some speculate a little bit that maybe the update that overhauls the game and updates the skill trees and everything, all that good stuff, is actually coming out on the 11th, while Phantom Liberty is releasing on whatever the release date is. I think the 26th, 27th, something like that. It's late September, I know. I remember that much. Let's see here. Here we go, Phantom Liberty. The 25th, okay. That's what it is. September 25th. Super excited for this. Cannot wait to play it. Now, if they do release the overhaul prior to Phantom Liberty, that will be very useful because it'll allow me to actually see whether or not the game will allow me to make use of my max level character. But with the need for respec and all that, I'll be able to figure out if I'll be able to use it or if I have to start over fresh. And if I do need to start over fresh, well, then it gives me a week to get my character up to speed. Gonna go ahead and have them do one more training course, and then they can do another mission. My god, this queue is taking forever. Half an hour into the stream and I haven't been able to do anything. This queue time is taking forever. And you can't even say that it's DPS queues that are responsible, because, like, if you look at the forming party bit, I don't even have any other tanks or healers ready to go, or any other DPS ready to go. It's literally just me queuing for it, apparently. I have an idea. we are gonna go through Hildebrand while I wait in this queue. Like, I won't be able to do the solo instances, but I can at least go through the different dialogue bits and get to the next solo instance, which isn't for a while, if I remember right. I think the only solo instance that exists in Heavensward Hildebrand is at the very end. And then the Stormblood Hildebrand stuff has the final trial. You know what? I just realized something. Is it in here? As we walk. Okay. I actually want to see what happens in this quest when I do it late. I have to remember that that's there. So, that particular quest essentially takes you on a tour of all of the places that you visit in Heavensward and the people that you met along the way and all that shit. And one of the places that it takes you is to Azizla to speak with Tiamat. This is important because at the very end of the Shadowbringers post-game stuff, Tiamat actually gets freed from Azizla. So I'm wondering if that cutscene changes if you do it after freeing her from Azizla, or if it stays the same and suddenly Tiamat is back in shackles for that cutscene. Very curious to see how that plays out. Also, I'm mildly annoyed that on a completely unrelated note, by the way, I'm mildly annoyed that the Ethernet for Ishgard includes an exit to Korthus Central Highlands, but it does not include an exit to Korthus Western Highlands. Now, from a lore perspective, this makes sense, because Korthus Western Highlands, after the Calamity, is completely and totally cut off from Ishgard. That's one of the reasons why the events of Dusk Vigil happened, because it's completely like all of Korthus Western Highlands was cut off. But at the same time, I think it'd be really helpful if they just had an exit there. Like, I know why there's no exit, but I would really like there to be an exit. I would also like them to reopen Korthus Eastern Highlands, but I know that's not going to happen. Korthus Eastern Highlands is just a it's just a PvP map now. No longer exists in the world. Oh, I did not want to curse you targeting. I'll be honest, I don't even remember what exactly the Heavensward Hildebrand questline is about. I vaguely recall that there's a puppet, or a mammoth rather, a mammoth that somehow has the ability to reverse time, and there are a bunch of old knights that want to use it to restore their youth. And some weird shit happens, as is expected with Hildebrand. Oh, we finally got a Q-pop. It only took like 35 minutes. Hell yeah. Let's go. Stay away from that, because that is a tank buster. It goes through knockback immunity. Good to know. I actually wasn't sure if it did or not. I think I should have held that. Yeah, I should have held that. Oops. Now it's wasted. Well, maybe not completely. Ah, yes, I got it all off. Nice. Oh, those guys are dead. Oh, and this place is gonna be fucking crowded. I am absolutely butchering this rotation, by the way. I am so horribly out of practice on Ninja, it's not even funny. I still can't remember whether it's better to use Bunshin on cooldown or if you wanted to hold it for a trick. There we go. It's dead. And unfortunately, no music dropped, which is a shame because the music in that fight is pretty amazing. Same with the fight that's coming up. Yay! And now we have restored water. So now we have running water. And Eden is just kind of floating up there. Just hanging out. So now we get to go up against Titan. Eden's Gate Sepulture. And I really, really hope that the queue times aren't going to be that insane for all of them. Because holy shit, I was not expecting a half-hour queue time for 3. I feel like some of the longer queue times in general might also be because most people are playing 16 since that was just released. So that could be part of it. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. We'll give this queue a couple minutes until before we go try and continue Hildebrand. I apparently have a package I need to pick up downstairs. It can wait. It's not super important that I pick that up right now. So I should be able to get some more gear. Exit to the empty, where we now have flowing water. I know I showed that off before, but I wanted to show it off again, because, you know, flowing water in the empty. Guess we can't call it the empty anymore, it actually has something now. But I should be able to afford the hands. Yes, I can afford the hands. I don't want to afford the hands. There, we'll go with the boots. Those in the inventory. Glamour. Good. Out of curiosity, let's see, yeah, it would be Apocrypha. Oh wait, no, not that. This, yeah, the Antique Exchange, not the Apocrypha. I was just wondering about mixing and matching different pieces of gear to get rid of the extra skill speed. It super doesn't matter at this level, because at this level, I'm just looking to equip whatever the highest item level piece I can get my hands on happens to be. But I was wondering if I could mix and match some pieces to get rid of skill speed, because, you know, any kind of skill speed on Ninja is just miserable, because, like, it doesn't seem like much. Like, right now, my GCD is down to 2.44, but the thing is, I always have Huton up, which gives a skill speed boost. So with Huton up, my GCD becomes 2.07. And it just becomes kinda miserable to play, not gonna lie. You end up clipping everything. Oh right, I forgot. The cool music isn't actually playing in here right now. The Like, the music in this place actually changes when you progress in one of the quest lines for custom deliveries. Because you can get Kaishir as a custom delivery NPC. And in the course of doing that, you get a singer for the club, and when you do, the music shifts to be like really upbeat and more like club goer type music. And yeah, it looks like we're gonna have another long wait for this freaking raid. Nope, never mind. It's not gonna be nearly as long. Such a cool design. Ah, you asshole! Ooh, I almost cut that a little too close. Let's not stand over there in the death zone. Like that guy. I knew there was going to be at least one. Okay, I'm going to need to do a couple of extra combos in order to get my reopener squared away. I'm probably the only person that actually cares, but it still bothers me. Also, that guy is apparently a big fan of Bleach. Bleach, the manga, not the cleaning product. Okay, this should be alright. Okay. There we go. Easy. I don't want any of that stuff. And now we have Earth. And now we go back to Amarang for a little bit, and then we go right back out. Skip all these cutscenes, and immediately pick up the very next quest for E5. Oh yeah, the boss from the second boss turns out to be a person, or turned out to be a person, and that person is Gaia, who is now with us. Oh, wasn't supposed to go that far down. Hi. Missy? What you doing, Missy cat? Hmm? You want some pets, and then what you want? Some pets and scritches? I'm thinking about starting up your brat habits to get food. What you thinking about? And here we are back in the empty. And now we get to face Ramu. Eaton's verse Fulmination.
There's no turning back. Get ready.
We get the nice FF10 reference with the thunder planes in the background.
So, this is Ramu.
Oh, right, that just kills you. Never mind. I thought I forgot that it just kills you. It doesn't just give you... I thought it just did a bunch of damage and gave you like a vulnerability or something if you had an extra orb or something. But no, it just kills you. Whoops. That's what I get for not remembering. Shit. I forgot about the horses. Oh well. Man, I am just doing horribly this in this fight. Wait until Stormcloud summons goes off. Oh, did they go to the same spot? They did. That's not good. That's gonna explode. Good job. You were spending so much time jumping up and down that you completely missed the fucking lightning you were standing in, dude. Let's get out of here before that stuff gets dumped into my inventory. At least that queue was much, much shorter than E4, or definitely shorter than E3. Like, oh my goodness. E3's queue time was just It's like I was queuing up for the actual E3. Okay, let's queue up for 4. Because not content with summoning a primal and immediately defeating it to release the ether, we're going to summon 2 primals. Yeah, that's an intelligent move, am I right? Because that, by the way, is how we are restoring ether to the empty. What we're doing is we're using Eden to channel vast quantities of the light aspected ether, but we're using it to summon primals of different elements. Okay? So we've got Leviathan for water, Titan for earth, we just did Ramu for lightning, and now we're doing Garuda and Ifrit at the same time for wind and fire. I wonder why E3 in particular was such a long queue, because it doesn't look like this one's going to take very long either. I've already got 2 healers and another DPS in the queue with me. I wonder what specifically was going on with E3. Or maybe I was just on slightly too early. And that's all it was. Weird. Let's see. What is there? I see. Yeah, something specific about E3 that made it take forever, I guess. I don't know.
It worked! Both wind and fire have answered the call! Green, are you alright?
It's not what I wanted to use, but make sure I'm on the same side as the tanks, because I know what's going to happen here. Easy. And now we get to the fight that is affectionately referred to by the community as Birdnado. Not to be confused with Sharknado. Iconoclasm. Now, a bunch of the people that were in Ramu were also in Forer, so I'm expecting a bunch of those same people to also end up being in Iconoclasm, which is probably part of the reason why these queues are much shorter. There's just another group of newbies doing them. Yeah, there it is. I'm willing to bet a bunch of the same people are going to be in there. Let's see. So now you can get a pretty good guess as to why it's referred to as Birdnado.
So many of them. But nothing we can't handle.
Oh, no, actually. Doesn't have some of the same people. Alright, that's surprising. I fucked up that combo. I was too busy looking at the portals, because that's the core mechanic of this particular fight, is those portals. Which are cool, by the way. I really loved this fight and how it worked. The problem I had with it simply comes from the fact, blue first, that if you couldn't tell from what I just said, The portals are very predictable. They follow set patterns, and they aren't randomized as much as it might seem. And that's one of the reasons why I felt like the fight could have been better. Like, I'll give you a for instance. Just now I was able to confirm that it was blue first with the portals. Even though I was looking straight ahead. And the portals that they were going into were actually back there. The reason I was able to do that is because this lane that I'm in right now will always have a blue portal in it, and the other lane this lane will always have a red portal in it. So I don't have to look back at the portals at all. I just have to remember that the left side is red and the right side is blue. Well, that person didn't look at their direction closely enough. Or like this one, I know it's red first, or blue first based on, I know that one is going into red and one is going to blue. Light is going into blue. So dark was going into red. And I knew that, again, without even looking back at the portals, because, well, portals are always in the same spots. Just one of those mechanics that looks more complicated than it actually is. Once you actually break it down and look at what's happening, it's very easy to figure out. which is not to say that the fight as a whole is bad because of that, because it's not. It's actually one of my favorite fights in the entire Raid series. It's just like that I feel like it could have been better if they had done more to randomize the portals and how they worked. And even in Savage, the portals were really simple to figure out. So now the only elements that we haven't restored are ice and darkness. Although we don't really think about darkness as needing to be restored during this part of the Raid series. They're only focused on the basic elements. They're not looking at light and dark as part of it. So right now they're like, okay, we just need to do ice. Which, of course, means Shiva. Well, you know how Shiva got summoned on the Source? How she possessed Iceheart, essentially? Well, Green hears this story and has the brilliant idea that she is going to be the host for Shiva here on the First. Yeah, this is gonna go perfectly well. There's no way anything bad could happen from this. Something fun going on. Oh, why the hell do I still have this open? I was looking at the store page for Phantom Liberty and wondering and looking at the release date and system requirements and stuff from what I was talking about before. The system requirements for this, by the way, are ridiculous. The recommended system requirements are a fucking, Ryzen 7800 X3D, for instance, or a 12th gen Intel. That's just insane to contemplate. Now, granted, I'll obviously still be able to play it because I have a, while I don't have a Ryzen 7000 series in my PC, I do have a Ryzen 5000 series, which is more than enough to handle whatever Cyberpunk wants to throw at it. It's just, like I said, it's a little insane that essentially a brand new CPU is recommended for it. Although that does make me wonder how much that stuff costs these days, because I know that the pricing was a little insane during the shortages and such, but I think it's gone a little bit down these days. Let's see. There is a Micro Center right down the road from me, so let's see. I'm looking for, let's see, AMD processor and motherboard bundles. Let's see what we got for our motherboard bundles. This is a really good bundle, actually. Let's see. Do they have any bundles with the X3D? They do have a bundle with an X3D chip, but it's the Ryzen 9 7950 X3D, which is the worst one, actually. Better one is the R7 7800 X3D, which I believe these days is the best gaming chip you can get. Not 100% sure on that. The problem is, though, I can't really upgrade this computer. Not because I'm, like, incapable of upgrading my PC. I mean, I'm obviously able to do that. I'm the one that built this one. Now, the reason that I can't really upgrade this PC is because it's still using Zen 3, which is the AM4 socket. And the 7000 series chips require AM5 sockets, which means if I wanted to upgrade my CPU, I would essentially also be forced to upgrade my motherboard, very likely upgrade my cooler, and possibly my RAM. So I would essentially just be buying a new computer at that point. Which is not something I am interested in doing right now. If someone were to throw the money at me and say, here you go, have some fun, then yeah, absolutely I'd go for it, but that's not likely to happen anytime soon. but I can stare at parts and look and wonder. Let's see. I would want this. And then for motherboards, let's see, what sort of motherboard would I want to get with this? Normally my go-to brand would be Asus, but Asus has been kind of doing some dumb shit lately, and I kind of don't want to mess with that. Let's see, what are my options? Oh yeah, here we go. Here's a, let's see, let's go with this. Motherboards. Asus, Gigabyte. Are Asus and... Okay, there we go. There's an ASRock board down at the bottom there. And need to look at the specs on this. Does it have... Okay, it does support DDR5 for memory. Let's see. Can I get something that doesn't have RGB bullshit on it? I'd really like to get something that doesn't have RGB bullshit on it. Let's go with this. So all in all, the pieces, just the pieces, if I was to get the bare minimum that I would need to actually upgrade this computer, the bare minimum would cost me like 750 some bucks. That's not including tax and... Oh wait, no, I forgot about the cooler. Hang on. I did not select a cooler. Let's see. Okay, so with the cooler that I want, it would jump the price of upgrading this up to 869. Nice. So yeah, upgrading to that is not a happening thing. And besides, I want to wait a generation or two for the AM5 hardware anyway. For a couple of reasons. Number one, my computer was built brand new not very long ago, so like upgrading it now would be kind of a waste. This queue is actually taking a little bit longer than I expected it to, given how quick the last three were. Huh. I mean, I guess it is Shiva, and Shiva kind of sucks. By which I mean, the fight itself is fun, and I actually really enjoy it. But, it's kind of a pain in the ass to go through. So, you know. Ah, there we go. Finally. I say finally, but it's still shorter than that queue for E3. My goodness, that queue took forever.
I call upon the power of Shiva.
This is why we can't have nice things. Oh, they actually added a look away graphic to this fight. I did not know that. That guy forgot about the knockback from OG Shiva.
The light shall usher in peace. Impudence!
Gotta say, I'm a fan of this Reaper's name. Baskin Rob'em. It's great. Love it. Oh god, another ninja. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing a single target Doton?
Sword to the land.
Has he been doing that this entire time? I haven't been paying attention to him. Like, if he's been doing that this entire time, then... oh my god, dude. Stop it. There we go. Easy. And if you're curious as to why there was so much light going on when it's supposed to be ice that we're restoring, they determined that the whole reason why Reen wants to serve as the vessel for Shiva in this is because ice as an element is very closely attuned with light, and so the idea was that she could take possession of Shiva, use her ability as the Oracle of Light to bring that power under control and then release it herself without the need for me to actually fight her to release it. But it obviously did not go well. She lost control and we ended up having to fight her anyway. Oh, I totally forgot about that. Huh. Well then. That's very interesting. Well, let's unlock the Savage fights real quick, because why not? So, I'm not going to be able to do the final part of Eden, because I forgot that it actually requires you to complete MSQ up to a certain point. So, yeah. Back to Kalusha, I guess, so I can unlock the 24-man raid and start doing that. I also need to go around and start unlocking the side dungeons. I think this is it. Scandal and Comra. Yeah, there we go. I have to try and remember what the extra dungeons were in Shadowbringers, because a bunch of them were tied to the main scenario. Oh look, there's the B rank. I know one of the... Let's see. I know there's Grand Cosmos, which is MSQ. I know there's Hero's Gauntlet, which is MSQ. I know the last dungeon is also MSQ. The Amalja homeland. I forget the name of it, but that's where you end up going, is the Amalja homeland. I'm actually gonna have to look this up. Let's see. go. Dungeons. Shadowbringers. Here we go. Paglethon. That's what the name of the last one is. There's actually only 2 dungeons that I can unlock. All the other ones are MSQ. Yeah, there's only 2 extra dungeons. The Twinning and Academia and Niter. Oh wait, I have to go over here. Do a slashed out. I'm gonna be honest, I don't quite know the story behind the Nier 24-man raids, largely because I didn't really get into Nier all that much. I've never even played the first one, and I briefly played but never finished, Automata. So I don't fully understand the details of the Nier storyline in general. I only know that there are multiple endings. All of them are considered their own timeline. And Yoko Taro is a mad genius. That's it. That's all I know. So now we can finally go into the excavation tunnels and we can see what it is that they found behind Comra. And it's an entrance to the copied factory. See? The copied factory. Or if you prefer, it's the factory from the opening level of Nier Automata. But it's a copy of it, so, you know, it's the copied factory. And then we get to meet 2P. So now we get to see how long this takes. I can almost guarantee you it will be significantly longer than any of the Eden queues. Hell, it'll probably be longer than all of the Eden queues put together. I gotta go down here. So I believe down here is where I get the quest to unlock Academia a Niter. Or is it back in the cups? Shit, I actually don't know where it is. I know I end up coming down here to get access to Academia a Niter. Let me actually pull up that list again. See, I already know where the twinning is. Let me see. Oh, it's in Yulemore. That's weird. Yeah, that's really weird. Didn't think it would be in Yulemore. Okay, well I guess I'm going to Yulemore real quick. Which is fine, because I gotta buy some stuff with my poetics. I can buy the legs. Where is it then? You, sell me some stuff. Oh, wait, that might be it right there. No, that's not it. Oh, it's over there. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and accept this anyway, because it unlocks the Stone Sky Sea for Shadowbringers. So I'm gonna go ahead and accept that. And then let's head up the stairs here, so I can get to this Ethernet shard. And then TP right over there, where the actual quest I'm trying to get is. So now is when I go down there. And by the way, interestingly enough, this quest, the reason why you take it on is because that Ondo tells you that there's some strange creature that is just terrorizing the wildlife in the Tempest. And it's actually Archaeotanya. Yeah, it's actually Archaeotanya, the boss of the Super Fate in the Tempest. Excuse me, had to sneeze there. But yeah, it's actually Archaeotanya. Where's the entrance to this place? It's on the other side, okay. Of course, you don't know that it's the same creature, but as you're doing the dungeon, you find out that that's what it is. Because the Ondo believe that it is a creature that came from the City of the Ancients, and since the Ondo revere the Ancients for the buildings that remain standing that they live in, they fear that they've done something to anger the Ancients. And so they ask you to go to the city to find out what's going on and why this creature is attacking them. And then when you go through Academia Aniter, you find out that Archaeotanya escaped from Academia Aniter, and that's why it's running around, running loose. It's not because the ancients were angry or anything like that. Let's go to the Crystarium now and open up the twinning as well. And this was, by the way, this was when... Oh, no, it was after, because it happened in Stormblood. Yeah, in Stormblood, they decided... Oh, it's over here. In Stormblood, the dev team decided that doing as many dungeons as they were doing was too much work. And so they wanted to cut back on that by way of reducing the number of dungeons that they were creating each patch. So pretty much all of the... by the time you hear this, that's the name of the quest for it. Nathan, what the hell was that? That can be closed off. That I can get rid of. Here we go. Let's open up this quest and get into access to the twinning. But anyway, back to what I was saying. They decided that they wanted to cut back on the number of dungeons for a couple of reasons. One, they wanted to reduce the amount of work required for each patch so they could work on more things instead of just, more dungeons. And two, they felt like they were getting to have too many pieces of instanced content in the game in general. And they wanted to, cut back on that a little bit, which, to be fair, that is completely reasonable because, if you look at just raids alone, let me open these up. Yeah. Look at how many instances I have in my list just in the raids tab. Like, that's not counting the new, and this isn't even all of them, by the way. That's because I still don't have all of coils opened up because I need to beat turn 4. Turn 3 and turn 4 of second coil before I can move on. So I don't even have all of the raids unlocked for A Realm Reborn. But yeah, look at all that. And this is just from the older expansions. That's not including the stuff that was added in Endwalker. And by the way, that's just the raids. That's not the trials. That's not the dungeons. There's also the different PvP maps. There's guild tests that I also don't even have unlocked on this character. Like, there's a ton of instanced content in this game. They wanted to, like, cut back on that a little bit, and so they stopped doing extra dungeons every patch. And so now, with the exception of the dungeons that are added with the expansion itself, all of the max level dungeons are MSQ. So, like, for Shadowbringers, the 2 dungeons that exist are Academia, A Niter, and the Twinning. All of the others are MSQ. In Endwalker, the extra dungeons are Smileton and Stigma Dreamscape. All the rest are MSQ. Which, honestly, now that I'm looking at the list, hasn't reduced it by the number of dungeons by all that much, really. Yeah, what it comes down to, if I'm looking at these numbers from the lists right, which I believe I am, it essentially just means that we get 3 fewer dungeons per expansion compared to Heaven's Ward, which was when they were firing on all cylinders. Yeah, because excluding the, main story stuff for 3.0, which I'm excluding basically all of the leveling dungeons and a theochemical research facility. Okay, so with the excluding those dungeons, Heaven's Ward had 12 dungeons total. Okay, Stormblood had 10 dungeons total, I believe. Hang on, let me double check. Oh no, they had 9 dungeons total. Okay, so it's 6 fewer dungeons. I don't know, whatever. In any case, it's not actually that many fewer dungeons than we had before coming in the expansions. So it's really not that big of a deal. I feel like it just feels like it's a bigger deal than it is, because if you go back and you look at the dungeon lists, or like, let's open up A Realm Reborn, you get all of these for A Realm Reborn, because they just had a shitload of dungeons in A Realm Reborn. And now you compare that to Heaven's Ward, which, again, there's a fair number. There's not nearly as many, but there's a fair number of them. And then Stormblood. Not as many. But still enough to have some content to do. At least in my opinion. I'm sure some people will disagree, but I'm of the opinion that there's more than enough content to do in the game outside of dungeons that it just doesn't seem right to complain about not having more dungeons specifically. And the queue, predictably, is taking a while. I mean, I have some hope because, you know, there's like, oh, never mind, a whole bunch of people just got removed from the party. Yeah, there was a tank and a healer and an extra DPS in the forming party section, but a bunch of people just vanished. That's unfortunate. Hey, this is gonna take a while. Ay, and now we got, okay, so now we've got 5 DPS, 2 healers, and a tank. We've got one party, essentially. Oh, and then a bunch of people just left from the queue. They're from the queue. Lovely, lovely. I'm gonna give this until 30 minutes on the queue time. If we don't get in, then I'm going to back out and queue for the dungeons instead. And then I think... What else? What else? What else? What else? I guess I go into some cozy leveling with my Marauder, because I really don't want to do the MSQ right now without having all those role quests done. Okay, yeah, that'll be my plan. I'm gonna wait until... I'm gonna give this queue 30 minutes. If it doesn't pop, I'll queue for the 2 dungeons instead. Do those. And then afterward, I'll do some leveling on Marauder. That sounds like a plan to me. This is gonna end up being worse than Void Arc. I think even Void Arc was surprisingly quick. This is just meh. Okay, let's see here. What did I get at 82? Oh yeah, 82 is when I got Phantom Kamaitachi. And then I don't get anything new until 86. Yeah, 86 when I get Hollow Nozuchi, which is more of a trait than anything else. All enemies standing in the corrupted earth of Doton take additional earth damage with a potency of 50, requires Sake Muchinsatsu to be executed as a combo action or upon executing Katon, Goka Mekyaku, or Phantom Kamaitachi. Only be triggered while Doton is active, so You get Phantom Kamaitachi at 82, and then you get absolutely nothing until 86, which is just a passive thing that you don't have to actively hit. And then you get Forked and Fleeting Raiju at 90. Man, ninjas... Oh. Oh, no, no, no! Oh, that's why it was changing. I didn't notice that. Oh, god damn it. I didn't realize I was queued for Refulgence and copied Factory. Damn it. Well, I guess I'm doing this now.
You would stoke the fire.
The light shall usher in peace. Such impudence! Resplendent eyes, grant me strength. Light consume you. Such power. I can't.
Okay, I think I'm gonna, after this, I'm gonna go ahead and feed Missy, because it is about that time.
It's too much
Missy
for
has been very patient. She's been a very good kitty. She's been very bratty at all.
Enough of this. Power of darkness.
And then once I get back from feeding Missy, I will queue up for those dungeons.
Damn this light! Damn it all! I won't give up! Blood on my system! Our future! I want to see what tomorrow will bring!
Okay, gonna go feed Missy. Okay, Missy. Yeah. Yes, Missy. Yeah. Here you go, Missy. Down. Way to go. Hey. Please. You need some water too. Pressure. You know, I know I said I was going to queue up for those dungeons as soon as I got back from feeding Missy, but I want my yogurt. So I grabbed my yogurt. It's okay. Doesn't take me long to go through one of these, so. Will not take me long to finish this, and then we go into the twinning and or academia aniter. You know, the twinning in particular. The twinning is a very fun dungeon. For a couple of reasons. Like, number one, quick. Is actually significantly faster, as I recall, than Academia Igniter. The other reason is the music. Music in the twinning. Oh, music is hype. Absolutely love the music. It will not be hard to see why when we actually get in there. Okay. My earbuds back in real quick. Oh yeah, that was a minor development in my earbuds. I managed to get my earbuds working again. Oh, that was cool. I remember to clear the selection this time. Let's queue up for Academia Igniter and the twinning, and let's see which one we get first. Somebody in one of my discords mentioning claw trimming their new cats. I tried doing claw trimming on Missy. She is not a fan. Like, at all. She just does not like it. I don't know if maybe it's something that I'm doing, but she is not a fan of getting her claws trimmed. So I just kind of let them grow, and it hasn't been a problem yet. She's got plenty of claw trimming tools for herself around here, so it's not like they're in danger of getting like too long. But anytime I've tried to trim them myself, she's just no. It's been her emphatic response. Same with her brush. Anytime I try to brush her, I've tried it multiple times. I've tried it when she's like asleep and resting. I've tried it when she's curled up in my lap and getting pets. I've tried it every single way I possibly can. She refuses. She attacks the brush. She actually starts attacking the brush. No, I didn't think these 2 dungeons would take a while. Hmm. I swear I remember this road. Oh, that's what it was. The dark light set. That's what it was. I knew I remembered that road from somewhere. I just couldn't remember what the hell it was. Oh, Missy has chosen a different resting spot today. Instead of curling up in her chair, she has retreated to her tree. Presumably, it gives her a better vantage point from which to stare down at me disapprovingly. Probably because I was talking shit about her not liking getting her nails trimmed or her brush. You know what? Out of curiosity, let's see if I can actually get her to accept being brushed. I don't think it's going to work, but I'm going to try it at least a little. Let's see. See? It's the brush. Yeah, she doesn't like it. She's swiping at it and biting it. She does not like the brush. There you go, Missy. The brush is gone. Brush is gone. Yeah, that went about how I expected it would. You know, people are reading through some of the stuff that they're adding in Phantom Liberty, and they're upset that they aren't adding new romance options. And more specifically, they seem to be upset about there being no extended romance option for Meredith Stout. Which is really weird to me because Meredith Stout isn't actually that interesting. Like, her her romance, if you could call it that, is just kind of a random thing that you can get with like no lead up. It's not that interesting to me. I don't know why people like it so much. Yay, Final Fantasy is good again. I'm sorry. 15 was bad, yes. 13 was not great, yes. 14 has been good for a while. Okay, I wanted to let that music play for a little bit without saying anything, because I love that music. This music is amazing. Like, there's always that one dungeon that you always hope that you get when it comes to a roulette in the different expansions. This was the dungeon that you always hoped you got in Expert Roulette when it was released. Simply because the music is a banger. Ah, you asshole. There's no reason to move them over here. Now you're even running away from the healing bubble. Dude! You just, like, enjoy intentionally making things difficult for no reason? In other news, look at the fucking size of this bubble now. Oh my god, those changes were amazing. It's not what I wanted to hit. I have no idea why my controller is eating my inputs for swapping my hotbar. I need to pay more attention to that and make sure it doesn't happen. Because I don't know if that's the controller or if it's me. I'm going to assume that it's me. And there are some lore pieces that you can find in this dungeon. But essentially what it comes down to is, you know, the time period that the X-Arc comes from, far distant future post 8th Umbral Calamity. The lore bits down here are essentially memoirs from the people that put together the mechanism by which Grahatia was able to go through time and space and end up in the first. Oh, Missy is back in her chair now. You know what that means. It's time for Missy Camp. Or at least it will be as soon as I get out of this dungeon. Oh my god, why are you pulling him all the way back here, you ass? He's just gonna go back to the center when he does his move. There's no reason to pull him here. Apparently he doesn't realize it's the donut. Or maybe he just wanted an excuse to pull the mobs out of the Doton. Who knows? Well now, doesn't all this look familiar? Oh my god, tank, stop moving! Holy shit! Okay. That finishes that dungeon. And now for Academia a Niter. And while that queue is going on, look who it is. It's a Missy. Looking up some specs for different things. Because now that I've got upgrading my computer on my brain, I like looking up different specs of different products, even though I'm never going to get them. Some interesting stuff, but nothing that really screams, I must have this now. Which is probably for the best, because I probably would totally go try and figure out a way to get it at that point. Holy shit, why does this motherboard cost $1,300? What the fuck? Oh, because it comes with, this one has a LCD screen attached to it that you can use to as a hardware monitor. That's probably why. Yeah, 4.5-inch full color IPS LCD screen. Yeah, that's just, no, you don't need that. Stop that. Okay, enough of that. Need to stop looking at stuff like that anyway before I start getting ideas. My goodness, this queue is taking a little bit longer than I thought it would. Hmm. And there's just been significantly more waiting around than I was hoping there'd be. Like, I knew it was going to take a while to do some of this stuff, but I really wasn't counting on, like, the hook up with the queues and the fact that I couldn't finish Eden without continuing MSQ. Because my intention was to have all of Eden to work with, and then have a couple of other things to do while sitting in queue for the 24-man, and hopefully that the 24-man wouldn't be as bad as it actually is. So I think I may call that an early stream, which sucks, but honestly, I kind of felt like calling it an early stream a little bit ago for a couple of reasons that don't bear getting into right now. It all comes down to just I'm not feeling it right now, which is fine. I think I'm going to go ahead and call this, call it here. Next week will be MSQ, hopefully, because hopefully by then I'll have finished leveling my tank. Gonna be going hard on that over the weekend, and hopefully get it up to a level that can do the role quests. Same with my healer. Gonna be doing the role quests on my healer as well. And like I said, hopefully all of that goes smoothly, and then I can continue the MSQ, I can continue Eden, and I can do some other dungeons and such. But right now... Oh! Okay. I guess right now we're gonna do Academia Uniter, and then after that is when I'll end the stream. Game says no, you're not done yet. Oh, are you serious, dude? You're gonna do baby pulls on me? Alright, fine. This is gonna be significantly longer than I thought it was gonna be. Which has kind of been the theme for today's stream in general, just significantly longer than I thought it was gonna be. Oh, now you want to do big pulls. Okay, so you are okay with big pulls, you just didn't want to do the full wall pull. Got it. goodness, I'm starting to fall asleep here. Maybe that's the real reason why I'm just feeling off today. I just have to triple weave that because my cooldowns were fucked up. Okay, there we go. Now, the lore behind Academia and Nier itself, this place was apparently a sort of it was one of many testing grounds for different concepts and species that the ancients would create. They would, create them, study them, send them off to other facilities for more testing, more studying. And this place in particular that we're going through was apparently it had different sections overseen by different members of the convocation. In particular, the members of the convocation that we know were in control of these areas were Mitron, Halmarut, and Lahabrea. And you can see that on the map where it says the words of Halmarut, the words of Mitron, and the area we're going into is the words of Lahabrea. And an interesting little detail, when you enter each of these areas, if you look, you can see their ASEAN symbol. But it's not just their ASEAN symbol, because the ASEAN symbols themselves are actually based on the symbols of different espers from Final Fantasy XII. The masks that we see, the glowing symbols that we see in front of their faces, is actually only half of the full symbol, and it's inverted from what it was in 12. But the symbols on the floor here show the full artwork for it. It's kind of hard to see through all of the mobs, but if you look at, like... Hang on, as soon as they're dead, you'll be able to see it a little bit better. Yeah, so if you look at this part down here, this part is La Habrea's mask. And then the whole thing is the full symbol for La Habrea. And then continuing the references to Final Fantasy VIII, we have... Oh, I fucked up my cooldowns again. Lovely. We have the Guardian Force, Quetzalcoatl. Why the hell am I tanking? Damn it, I didn't time it right. You can actually cancel that knockback with Shikuchi, much like other knockbacks can be canceled through the use of dashes. Unfortunately, I didn't time it correctly, so it didn't happen. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and finish this quest. Which is mostly us just reporting, hey, Academia Niter's kind of wrecked, something escaped. And then he's like, oh no, something escaped? Are you sure? Oh, it must be your Tanya. How unfortunate. Okay, let's go out to Galusha, because I also want to turn in this quest for the Stone Sky Sea. I'm gonna go ahead and just fly over there. Because it's that space right there. And then that'll give me mapping for Galusha, which I've been kind of ignoring for the longest time. And then I'll TP back to Limsa and just kind of chill there, end the stream. And that'll be it for the day. So, sorry for the short stream, but yeah, I'm just feeling kind of tired right now. I'll be back at it Monday with warrior stuff, hopefully. And we'll be able to do much more interesting things. So, see you then.